Hello farmers and welcome back to Farming Simulator 25 on Kinlaig. We are ready to get to work. It is August and we are in the middle of harvest season, also in the middle of replanting season as well. Hello Crystal, Bob, Jay, Panther, Jeremy, welcome. Hope you guys had a nice weekend and getting all set for the holiday week up ahead. We're going to be getting all set for the holiday week up ahead by doing some harvesting today. First things I need to get done here is I just got the JCB back from the sawmill. I need to swap out the plow because I need the Massey Ferguson for planting canola. So I'm going to get one of the Franks to work in the JCB for plowing up the onion field, which we harvested last stream, which I think was last Thursday, give or take. Alright, put the plow out. It's not going to take a worker long to get this job done. Not long at all. Temporary course. Yeah, you go that way. 12 meter, number of headlands 2, 7% overlap, generate course. Probably take them like 8 minutes to do a field like this with this type of plow. And get to work. And how long? Alright, so 11.5 minutes it says. Turn that off, I think. Alright, now we're going to grab the JCB. Massey Ferguson, go grab our drill and plant in some canola. Will I be streaming? I will be streaming on the 25th. I'll be streaming every day this week except for Friday. Friday, if I do stream Friday, it's going to be much later than I usually do. But right now, it looks like Friday might be my only day off from streaming this week. Hello, John. Welcome. Hope you had a nice weekend. We might as well top off this drill with seed and fertilizer. Especially fertilizer, because I think I'm going to use most of it. First off, let's switch this over to canola. Alright, top off of fertilizer and seed. Seed, not that big of a deal, but fertilizer was. Yeah, I'll be streaming today. As of right now, I'm streaming today, tomorrow, Wednesday, and Thursday, which is Christmas. Friday, I will be with the family. That's when we're having our Christmas, Friday morning. So I guess all depends on what time I get back Fridays. But if I do stream Friday, like I said, probably will be a late stream. But me streaming on Friday is like a 10% chance right now. This was the barley field, so canola is going to go into this one here. Getting some yellow dust. Hello, Dactyl. Welcome back. Hope you've been well. Alright. Get some canola into the ground. Get ready for another season. So, yeah, if you haven't been around the Kinlaig live streams recently, our current goal for the map is just to pay off the loan. And that's pretty much it. We got like $3.5 million left to pay off. Maybe a little bit more than that. Which sounds like a lot, but considering how much I have paid off in the past, year or so, yeah, that loan's not going to take too long probably to nibble away at. Dactyl giving away 5 gifted subs. Very kind of you. Very much appreciated. Thank you so much for that. Hope everyone that received a gift will thank Dactyl for that. But very generous of you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, so today in the stream we should get to harvesting the soybeans and also get around to harvesting the cotton, which I'm also trying to go for a Steam achievement for Farming Simulator 25. Is it going to work doing it the way I'm doing it? Not too sure, but the achievement is selling 40 cotton modules in one session. And I've been told by a few people that they don't need to be full modules, so I've been making them rather small, so I don't have to go years for making modules. We have to just go a couple of years. And yeah, we'll see how it goes. See how it goes. That should be today. We should get to that today. Yeah, I'm kind of, well, not hoping. Again, I'm not trying to rush the end of the Kinlaig series and get to a new map and a new, you know, start from scratch kind of a thing. But I'm starting to look forward to moving on from here and getting started on a new map where we, at least the plan is, start a small farm. Had a makeover on your page, so it's a new look for 500 subs. You reached 500, congratulations. You're halfway there to the magic number, right? Oh, I didn't check to see. No, if this field needed soil sampling, it would not know how much fertilizer it needs in there. So yeah, we should be fine. What equipment are you using to haul logs with? Crystal, you've been here long enough. You should know I'm using a wheel loader to move the logs around here. I mean, if you're wondering what wheel loader it is, it's the well, the big one. $500 is a start, but 1,400 more watch hours. Well, the more subs you get, the more watch hours you get. That's how it goes. Hello, Farm Gameplay. Welcome. I have now a couple of weeks on my own channel. Have already some inspiration by watching you. Well, that's how it usually works, isn't it? I remember when I was starting out, just getting, well, again, it's kind of funny how my channel got started. I did not start my channel and making videos to be a content creator. I started my channel by playing Farmer's Dynasty, and I was trying to help a couple people out in some forums on how to do things. I had a lot of hours in Farmer's Dynasty. And someone said, can you make a video on it and just post it, because it'd be much easier to understand. So I did that, and then next thing you know, years later, here I am. But yeah, for the Volvo or the wheel loader I'm using, I think it's a base game wheel loader. Boy, where are the wheel loaders? They're here somewhere. Oh no, they got to be up here, right? Wheel loader. It'll be the L180H is what I'm using. Yeah, that's base game. I went with that because I wanted like the heaviest one, because I knew moving those oak trees, I think those oak trees weigh 16 tons. Is that what they weigh? I can't remember. but somewhere around there is what they weigh. So yeah, I will be streaming all week, like I said, except for Friday. Definitely Friday, I will not stream. If I do stream, it'll be like hours later than my normal stream, but I'm guessing by the time I get home on Friday, I'll probably be just too tired. Started streaming Saturday with SnowRunner, gotten a lot of hours lately. That's the only thing you can do is just put the content out there. Because it's hard to get watch hours when you're not putting the content out there. What I'm using for the wheel loader to pick up the logs is, it's under wheel loader tools, right? What's it actually called? The unloading grapple. That is what I'm using to grab up the big trees. The log fork? No, I would not use a log fork. That thing sucks. I prefer this because it has the bigger opening on it. That does remind me, though, you mentioned it. What's my sawmill doing? Do I need to put wood into that before? Just so I mean, I got to find out at some point here. Oh, I got 80,000 liters in the sawmill, so that's good for another month at least, almost 2 months. Reminds you of the old coal mining song. Oh, because I said 16 tons. I got you. 16 tons, and what do you get? Another day older and deeper in debt. Looks like Frank has finished plowing up the onion field, so that's a job done. Actually, what I need to do, because for some reason this just came to mind. We're going to drop off the plow. And we're going to put this on the burrito spreader. I think the grass field needs lime. I make it look so easy. I wouldn't say I'm bringing the logs over to the sawmill look easy. Definitely want to make sure that wherever you're planting your trees to the sawmill and using the setup that I'm using, that it's relatively close. It's got a decent amount of lime, but let's go top it off. While I have the money. At least I have money. Usually when we start here on a stream, I'm in the negative, so having some money in the bank account is kind of nice. There's our cotton modules that we're all saving. Those are not full modules, by the way. I think at most, I mean, there might be a couple full ones in there, but I think most of those have like 3,000 liters in them, and that's about it. Gotta landscape that bump out from around our wash station. Alright, temporary course. What we got? 18, 2 headlands, 7% overlap. That's fine. That will all work. And I'll probably take like, okay, 7 minutes, not long at all. Yeah, the JCB's got plenty of fuel in it. And I'm not sure you want to put gas in it. You probably want to put diesel in there, but no, it's got plenty of fuel. So as for what I'll be streaming this week and what days I'll be streaming what game, that is yet to be determined. But I mean, if I were to guess right now, probably tomorrow, unless a game pops up or I get a certain email about something, probably tomorrow will be Farming Simulator 25. Wednesday might be ATS delivering some Christmas gifts on Christmas Eve. Christmas Day might be right back on Farming Simulator 25 again. Then, like I said, Friday most likely won't stream, but there's always a slight possibility. And of course, just a reminder, I did release an episode of Shamburgo earlier today, and that just reminded me I haven't recorded Wednesday's episode. I was supposed to do that yesterday, but got real busy doing stuff, as one does during the holiday season. So now I just got to find time to get Wednesday's episode recorded. So of course this field will have weeds in it next month, but we're going to wait until after I plant. I think the cycle is, let's see, what did I plant this year? I think I planted barley this year, right? Yeah, this was barley, so I'll be planting wheat in that field right over there next month. And then we'll wait for that field to get weeds, and we'll take care of both these fields at the same time when it comes to weed control. Hello, the herd. Welcome. Hope you're having a nice Monday. So after I get this field planted and the worker gets done spreading the lime in the grass field, just got to go check on the critters, aka the cows and the sheep. I think the sheep are fine, but we got to double check on them. And then we can get to September, where I just got to plant the wheat. I think that's all I have to do next month. And then we can get right to October, where the cotton should be ready, the soybean should be ready. A whole bunch of stuff will need to be done in October. Grass field should be ready for cutting as well. So far, my Monday's going good. Can't complain. Looks like a nice sunny day outside. It's not too cold outside here either, so maybe after the stream I'll just go sit on the deck for a little while. Try to get some fresh air. But I actually had a good night's sleep last night, which is something that doesn't usually happen to me throughout my second half of my life, it seems like. Felt like I slept pretty good last night. I live in the northeast of the USA. I mean, I wouldn't consider it... it's 26 degrees Fahrenheit currently outside where I'm at. But for, you know, late December, that's a nice day. That's not too bad outside. Alright, JCB is done, and I am just about done with this field here. So that is perfect timing, just about. You're from upstate New York, we'll move to Cali. I don't think I could move to a warm state just because I do like the changing of seasons. I mean, I guess all depends on where you move to in Cali. I mean, some parts in California get snow as well, but even though I don't enjoy the snow as much as I used to in my younger days. Alright, bring this back up to our little hut because got to fill this up with more fertilizer. And we'll switch this over to wheat. Alright, this fertilizer is good. Alright, jump into the JCB. Speaking of snow, it kind of looks like it snowed here now with all the lime on the grass. While I'm here, and I just saw it again, let's smooth out this bump where the sheep barn used to be. Construction. And we just want to smooth this out here. Although I smoothed it out, and now... thought where that barn was, it'd be kind of nice and level, but I guess not. Alright, let's do this. Let me do this. Strengthen that up. Alright, now the smoothing tool. And we'll lower the strength on that. Just want to make sure when I come out of the wash station that I don't have a huge ramp there I gotta go up. That's close enough. Okay, JCB. Nope, that's the wrong shed. Forgot where I was going. 46 sounds like a nice day. I mean, I'm not sure what your usual weather is for this time of the year over there. But 46 here would seem rather warm. I want to jump into the 80-50. Alright, they're going to need some food here for the upcoming months. Yep, they're kind of low. How are the sheep doing? Oh, the sheep are fine. Actually, let me put some... They're probably going to take that hay, right? Okay, so I need about... well, it doesn't matter, because I can put the hay back into the silo whenever I want. It's not like with a TMR, I had to be kind of careful how much I took out. Already, we got a Highland cattle finding its way through the fence. Where is the... Oop, there's the hay. So yeah, I think we're all set to go to September. We'll get that wheat thrown into the ground quickly. That should be good enough for a while. No space for hay. Okay, what I gotta do is I just gotta fast forward time here. Because all I want to do is get this activated so as the time goes through, it should take it as we move time forward. There we go, that works. Hello TK, welcome. The wash station is on the mod hub, but last time someone looked up, they told me it's for PC and Mac players only. This is not available on console, apparently. Hey, there's Sam. Hey, buddy, what's up? Hey, Sam. Sam is always a happy dog. Speaking of Sam, though, we should give him some food. So Sam is all set. The cows and the sheep are all good. My fields are all good, I think. That just leaves production buildings. Waiting for soybean harvest, which we're going to get to. So without that, all the fish stuff is going to be put on hold. The quarry's got enough water for a while. The sawmill's got enough wood. Spinnery is going through the wool. Pretty soon I'll have cotton. And that is going to be pretty much it. So yeah, we are all set to move on to another month. Hello, Uncle Walter. All right, let's get to September. I will look at the sale page just because. See if a manure spreader is there. But we do wake up $50,000 in debt for the month, so that's a good start, like always. All right, let's go grab the Massey Ferguson. We'll go throw the wheat into the field. And we'll probably go over to the sawmill and put some wood into it, try to fill it up. I could probably get to October, but as I just mentioned, we got a lot of harvesting to do in October. And a lot of work to do with our fields, so we're going to be rather busy with that. And I don't want to be taking up time by putting wood in when I can do it this month. It's usually cold in the UK. Well, that's a relative statement to make because, you know, people in warm climates, they would think 50 or 60 degrees is cold. Where if I told people in Canada or in really cold climates, if I told them it's 30 degrees today Fahrenheit, they would think that's extremely warm. So so for like where I live in late December, any day above 20 degrees Fahrenheit I consider a warm day. So I'll take it. Looks like the sheep have been eating their meadow grass. Is that what you guys are doing? Have you eaten? I think you guys ate your meadow grass. Yes, looks like all the meadow grass went into their feed trough, be my guess. Although we are getting a lot of sheep there. We'll double check, but yeah, that soybean field over there does not look like it's ready for harvest, so it's going to be definitely in October. But of course, when we get to October, I need to lease the cotton harvester, so we're going to need a good amount of money coming on in. Minus 7 degrees Fahrenheit, that's balmy. I actually don't mind when it's that cold. It's if it's windy. The wind is what I don't like wind too much. But the only time I like a good breeze is a nice summer breeze. That's about the only time I want wind. And Crystal's bragging because it's 50 degrees where she's at. But while I'm doing this, any good contracts today? Although I am using the tractor that would do plowing, fertilizing. Field 17. I've had 2 contracts in that field, and both of them did not work. So I'm avoiding that field. Oh, there is a plowing for 10,000. All right, let me go ahead and accept that contract. And field number 1. Gotcha. We'll leave that tractor running this for a second. Let's get the JCB. That can run the plow too. $10,000 contract. Can't pass that up while while we're doing all this. That does not get me to field number 2 or field number 1. That gets me to field number 2. I need to take the road over here. Oh, good. This is when I left the gate open, so I'll be able to close it. Not that it was bothering me too much, but... Okay. Let's get you to work, sir. Or ma'am. 12 to 7. Looks good. Generate course. Oh, yeah, let's get some money. I'm out of money. Okay, so I kind of forgot that part of it, didn't I? All right, well, we'll take care of that momentarily. Not the money part, but we'll take care of the contract. I hate when your workers want to get paid money. That's just... You know, can't they wait until the end of the month and get paid then? So Bob, sounds like you guys are having a warmish winter so far. Getting the grapple has made this logging a whole lot easier. Yeah, I mean, if you're grabbing the big trees, it just makes a whole... I mean, it opens up much wider. The logging grapple... Again, I haven't used a logging grapple in a while for a wheel loader, but I remember last time I did use it, it was a pain to get the jobs done. I wonder how much money I got in Castle Stone. I must have sold it recently. I only got $5,000, $11,000, so that's not going to take care of that. I mean, selling the stuff in the sawmill would take care of it, but I was trying to think about getting our money above zero so I could hire a worker to do that plowing job. But I can probably do the plowing job just as fast as sorting everything out from the sawmill and selling it. The winch is not a bad way to go either, moving logs, but sometimes dragging them, they do get stuck on the ground of the map. Or if it's, you know, depending on where you're dragging them to, if you got the room or not, it can be kind of a pain. But in Farming Simulator, I will try to use any excuse to use a wheel loader. And that's going to kind of suck because the next live stream series we do, I won't be able to use a wheel loader. So we should be able to finish off this field with the amount of fertilizer and seed. Seed's not a problem. It's usually the fertilizer. But as long as I keep topping off the fertilizer after every field, we're okay on that side of things. So yep, our field in front of us that we just planted of canola, that's got weeds into it. But like I said, we're going to wait until this field germinates and gets weeds into it. Then we'll just, we'll probably hire a worker to get rid of the weeds in these fields. I'll be busy with the soybean harvest, the cotton harvest, cutting grass. Definitely going to need money for next month because I'm going to have some workers going. Using the new auto-loading log trailer, but the sawmill won't accept the logs. So what could be happening? Are you trying to make the sawmill take the logs while they're still on the trailer? I'm not sure about the new auto-loading log trailer. It all depends on how the auto-loading system is working. So technically, even though it shows the logs on the trailer, if you still got the autoloader as turned on, the logs technically may not be on the trailer. You may have to turn the autoloader off, which then will place the logs actually on the trailer. You probably see me do it here as well when I load up bales on a baling trailer. When they're loading on, they don't get strapped. But when I turn the autoloader off, then you see the bales automatically strapped. If I go into a sell point before I turn the autoloader off, it won't take the bales because technically the bales are not actually on the trailer. It's kind of weird how it works, but that's what could be happening for what you're doing. And I don't know if your the new autoloading log trailer has an option to unload, but maybe you can unload the logs into the trigger point and then it'll take it. Changes the logs from a rough state to a refined state. If the trailer gives you an option to unload the logs, I would unload the logs into the trigger point and then see if it takes it. But I'm not too familiar with as for the autoloading system, I always use the universal autoloader system, but I think that's for PC players only, so I'm not sure about the new one. Bob, this is the Avatar horse. It's a 12 meter wide direct drill. I do believe this is part of the base game now. Is it not? Yeah, it's not a mod anymore. This is in the base game. About $200,000 for it. It's a direct drill. 12 meter wide. Tried unloading to trigger and driving in the trigger, but it didn't with the autoloader off. Is it a modded sawmill or is it... I don't know anything. I don't know anything about the new auto-loading log trailer. The logs in the new state won't even attach to the winch. What kind of trees are you cutting? It's almost, I mean, if you can't even get the logs attached to a base game winch, it almost sounds like you got either a mod conflict or you definitely got a problem with some kind of trees. So you're saying if you cut down a tree, the winch won't attach to it at all? And it's not because your trees are too heavy. But I'm pretty sure you played FS long enough. You probably know that, but figure I just cover all the bases. Okay, the drill we are done with. Alright, I guess I'll go take care of this contract because I kind of forgot that I needed to pay a worker, but we'll plow on through. Haha, pun intended. JCB. Alright. It's a decent sized field, but with our plow here, it shouldn't take me too long to tear through this. And for $10,000, yes please. On console, the new autoloader we have takes full trees and puts them into 8mm sections, not whole trees. So the autoloader is converting the tree to a different state. Basically what it sounds like what they did, which is not a bad idea, to at least give you an autoloader for console players. It almost sounds like they made the autoloading trailer as if it was a container. So the containers that you can drive up to, put a log next to, and it will suck it on in and convert it on over. The winch will attach to trees I cut down, but I tried to winch up to a tree. The winch will attach to trees you cut down, but if you try to winch up a tree log off the autoload trailer that I had unloaded, won't attach to the logs. So it sounds like where it's converting it over to a different. I'm guessing though, if you were to bring it to a sell point, it would take it. So what I'm referring to, I think, from what you're saying, what it sounds like, I don't even know where these even are. Is there a category for them? I think they're using, because since this is in the game, I think this is what they're kind of making like a logging trailer as if it were a shipping container that can take wood. And if that's the case, a sawmill does not take a container of wood, I don't think. So the only thing you can do is see where a shipping container can be brought to. How is that classified? Because I haven't done it since like Silver Run on FS22. Is that considered a container? Or is it just going to be considered wood in a container? I have no idea. The carpentry and paper mill will take the autoloaded trees, but not the sawmills. Well, yeah, they can categorize it as a wood transport, and it'll look like a logging trailer, but I'm guessing they're using the script from the containers. And again, I haven't used a container since FS22 on Silver Run when that came out, so that's got to be like 3 years ago. So I'm trying to remember what I did with my containers. Remember that mod? It seems that you need a special building to convert them get the wood converted back. Might be worth checking the mod notes. Yeah, because I can't remember when you put the wood into the container if it's still classified as a log. That's the whole thing. But it seems weird that the carpentry and paper mill will take it. Was this a field of sorghum? Oh, this was a field of canola that withered. What is with the farmers in FS25, the NPC farmers? A lot of their fields wither. Alright, we're already halfway done with this contract. So since I haven't used the containers in FS25, and for some reason I remember in FS22 with containers, it had to be going to special sell points. So maybe the sawmill does not recognize the quote-unquote container or the logging trailer. But it's just weird that the paper mill and carpentry would. This is where you need someone like Farmer G in chat to kind of guide us in what's going on there. Because I really haven't looked at XML files in quite a long time. I mean, I've modded XML files in 25, but I've been just changing like values and numbers and stuff like that. I really haven't looked at XML files too much recently to kind of keep track of if modding is different in 25 as it was to 22. Plus, I'm sure Giants have changed the way things are categorized a little bit from 22 to 25. As they say, I know enough about modding just to get myself in trouble sometimes with it. I still did see, though, checking today, that Giants are still rolling out some mods. Again, Giants have pretty much gone on their winter holiday break for a couple of weeks. So the amount of mods that are getting tested and putting through are probably going to be limited. I was looking at some maps over the weekend. I think it was on Saturday. Just quickly browsing through some maps, looking for our next one. And every time I thought I found a map, I was like, oh, this map would be good for what I want to do, but then realized it only fit the criteria of like 3 or 5 things that I want to do. So it's like, oh, okay, so I can't use that map because I can't do this. Then when I find another map, like, okay, now I can do that, but now I won't be able to do this. But again, we're not leaving Kinlaig until that loan's paid off, and I got 3.5 mil to go. Don't think we'll be paying off anything towards a loan today. I mean, we'll keep making the monthly payments, of course, because we have no option on that. So the loan will come down a little bit, but I don't think we'll have any extra cash to throw at the bank today. Kind of hoping that we get to the end of harvest in today's stream, meaning we'll get to the end of October. Looking at the Project Motor Racing reviews, think Giants should stick to farm sims. Yeah, that release of Project Motor Racing did not go well at all. And many are pointing their fingers at that as to the reason why Giants laid off and closed down the headquarters here in the U.S. Many people are pointing the fingers at Project Motor Racing for that. Which is a shame because my contact at Giants, Kermit, great guy, loved him. Very helpful. Not to say that the new person, my contact, isn't helpful either, but it's just one of those things we have a rapport with someone and now they're not there anymore. Kind of sucks. And yeah, I have not been back into Project Motor Racing since I streamed it. And that was like 3 weeks ago. I just could not get into the understanding of AI and how they were reacting on some cases. But then again, I have not done a whole lot of racing in the past 10 years, so I'm probably part of the problem as well. Any size log can be loaded, but it's best to use the size you configured when buying the trailer to not lose volume due to incorrect sizes. Once the wood is on the trailer, it's no longer classified as wood, so cannot be cut anymore, but now it is wood pallet. So yeah, so seeing that if it's a wood pallet, the sawmill's not going to take it. So it does sound like they basically just converted a logging trailer over to a container. All right, we're going to drop that off. We got to grab our flatbed. We're going to bring the sheep's wool over to the spinnery. And also we're going to pile in some wood into the sawmill. Hello, Miles. Welcome. Hope you're having a nice Monday so far. Wiggle our way through here. To the spinnery. Yeah, let's see if are we full on sheep at this point now? No, we still got room for more. Most high-tech companies are pulling out the U.S. anyhow. I'm not really sure what the headquarters in the U.S. was doing for Giants, other than, you know, I don't think they were doing a lot of software stuff there. They may have been doing like mod testing and stuff like that. But still sucks either way. I would assume, Crystal, though, for your situation, I would assume that where you're cutting down the trees is quite a long ways from the sawmill, not to be able to use the wheel loader and just drive them over. Kind of like what I did here, where we planted all the trees right next to the mill. But, Crystal, someone did mention earlier that there might be a mod that will convert those logs back into logs. So, I don't know if there's anything in the mods description that will say so or not, but... Oh no, a bus. Alright. Gonna get this set up so when we get to October, we can do our usual thing about selling stuff. Alright, so what do we got in here for wood? 40,000. Alright. Okay, so I still got crop in that field, so getting those trees are not going to work. I'm going to turn off traffic for this. Last time I left traffic on, that caused a problem. So, just turn traffic off for a moment. Can't use a controller and try to operate the wheel loader one-handed. Mouse and keyboard is very hard. That's why I'm glad I got a Satex side panel. Makes life a little bit easier for me. So if I cut down... 4 is 80. Yeah, we can do 4 trees here. So we'll do 2 at a time. Should be there somewhere. All right. Grab the wheel loader. Well, Crystal, I think Miles may have found the mod you might need for that, but it's called Wood Storage and Distribution. Distribution. I'll say it correctly. Distribution. I think that's the best spot to grab this tree. Only problem is I think it's going to hit the silo. Because someone put the silo in the wrong spot. Don't know who. So I got to hug this fence when I do it like this to get the tree around. Okay. Didn't get around it, so now I got to do it this way. wiggling this around here, just trying to get over the fence. I knew when I grabbed it this low to the trunk that it was going to be difficult getting this one in here. Let's see, where do I want to grab this one? I think this one here gave me an opening, but it's kind of hard to see. I think I can sneak in right here. Why am I having a hard time driving forward? It's almost like I'm getting hung up on something. Well, whatever it was, it cleared up. All right, 2 more trees will get us up to 140,000 liters in the middle. And that should be good for 3 months. I'm going to need to probably replant some trees down here soon. I'm getting rid of a good row here. I mean, I got all those trees. I got enough trees going for at least another year or so. Just got a plan for the future. Have I ever noticed it says sell wood when putting wood into the mill? I don't read. I just click. Let's see here. Well, same as before, but this tree here, I should be able to grab like so. And that should get me around the mill. Or at least, sorry, the silo. I keep the HUD off, so I might not be able to see. Oh, so like in the helper HUD, that's where it says it? Yeah, sell wood, R. Yeah, I thought about playing a whole series with a HUD turned off like this. But I know a lot of people would like to see when they, log into a stream or a video as to, what month we're in, what's the money. They need all that data to understand currently where you're at and what you're doing. But it's amazing when you turn the HUD off like that completely, how it just cleans up the screen so much. All right. Let's bring the HUD mostly back up. So yeah, 125,000 liters of wood. That's good for about 3 months. So October, November. It can get me into December, but that'll get us through the harvest season for sure. Let's see here. So did I collect on that contract? I did not. Give me my money. Thank you. Yeah, nothing else I really want to do there. Sheep, they are fine for now. The cows, they should be fine. And financially, I don't think there's anything I'm going to sell today. No. All right, so I think we are good to get to October where it's going to be busy, busy, busy. But I'm also going to wake up like $80,000, $90,000 in debt. So first stop is going to be the sawmill, and we'll take care of the money situation. That way we can afford to do everything else that we need to do. Yep, 93,000. Lovely. We'll check the sale page just for giggles. Nothing there that we're looking to have. Ooh, I have not checked on the cows in the fact of, do we have any cows to sell? Let's see here. Cows going out, 37 months. Oh, these cows just had offspring. So we can sell these. That's a good 33,000 to start off with. And then the next set of cows, 2 more months before I sell those. All right, so that's a quick $33,000 in the bank account. You guys didn't run out of food, did you? Just about. You got 320 liters of food left. Well, we'll take care of that momentarily. But let's get... Oh, I was kind of over there. Let's get over to here. And let's take care of that money situation so I can start hiring some workers. Prefab walls. I'll see if I need to sell them today. If I don't need to, then we'll hold on to them. And a prefab wall, of course. It's getting messy on the loader, but we'll take care of that momentarily. And there come the prefab walls again. So prefab walls and hard economy, they go for about $5,000 a piece. So I mean, I got $20,000 in prefab walls sitting over here. Two more prefab walls will spawn. And that should be everything out of the sawmill. Let me go ahead and unload. Alright, now restack. There we go. Looks a whole lot better. Am I going to make it? Not quite. So wood chips go into the silo. And everything else goes down to the rail yard. Alright, so 13,000 liters of planks long, 9,000 liters of wood beams, and 19,000 liters of just regular planks. Oh yeah, I probably need to unload this and restack it, because when I unloaded the wood chips, it kind of unbalanced the load a little bit. Oh, I also need to turn traffic back on. But I think I'll wait until I get this delivered. So yep, our cotton fields are ready. Again, we'll lease probably the Colossus harvester, only because the working speed is a little bit faster than the John Deere modded one, which I do like, but also the dust around it. When that one harvests cotton, there's just too much dust flying around. You can just barely see the harvester when it's running. I will be doing the cotton harvesting ourselves because I need to unload the cotton modules as soon as we can, because I'm trying to get up to 40 modules in total. Selling wood chips in October, you got to hang on to the wood chips until December. That price fluctuates so much. I'm not worried financially. This should do us just fine right here. If not, I still got some of the stonemason stuff to sell. I would just take too much of a hit on the wood chips. But if worse comes to worse, it's there. Alright, so let me turn the traffic back on. Yeah, 21,000. I think I'll go back and grab the prefab walls and we'll sell those. Yeah, any harvester that's a module or a baler, I can unload the modules or bales as long as it's more than 10%. I think it's got to be at least 10% in volume to unload. I forgot the name of that mod. It's like unload bales early or whatever. I don't remember the name of the mod is called. But that's the mod I use to unload the bales and modules early. I mean, I am going to be using the Colossus only because the working speed is 10 miles an hour compared to the 6 on the other one, so... So yeah, with these prefab walls here, what do we got? Like 2, 4, 6, 7? That's 35,000 plus the bonus. So it's gonna be pretty close to just shy of $40,000 when we sell these, and that is gonna be more than enough for what we need to do this month. Yeah, I'll get all these on in one row, so it's not going to be top heavy. You like your case in Colossus? Again, I really don't have any particular brand that I like or really dislike in the game itself. I mean, some of it does come down to the financial side of things. And I think that's why I kind of steer away from the John Deeres quite a bit, because they're always more expensive than everything else. Okay, that was funny. The trailer was trying to tip to the right when I was turning right, when the trailer should be trying to tip to the left. The pallets of prefab walls are wanting to get off the trailer ASAP. Alrighty. And now we are doing pretty good money-wise. Alright, so first things first. Cotton harvesters, the Colossus. Make sure I get the correct one here. 10,000 liters. Oh, so it's 8 miles an hour working speed. I thought it was 10. Yeah, but definitely want to go with this one here. Let's see. We'll just put BKTs on it because why not? And I don't know. Do we want to go Christmassy again? Because, you know, it is Christmas week. Let's go a little bit of a darker red. And then we'll go a little bit more of a green color there. More green, because it's got way too much red on it still. Design color. There, that's good. Can we change the wrap color? I think we tried to figure that last time. I don't think we can. Don't think so. All right, let's go ahead and lease this this bad boy for 19,000. And let's go get this over by the cotton fields. So again, I need 40 modules. Again, this may work, and it may not work. If it does, great. If it doesn't, not that big of a deal. Because I don't think I'm going to get all the achievements in Farm Sim 25 anyways. There's some achievements I just don't have the patience to try to get done. So we will be bringing the modules right to the spinnery, because I just got to do it in the same session. And we got 26 of them in stock. So I got to make 14 more at least. So I say we make 16, that way we know we're over 40. Let's start unfolding this. And let's put on the, I think I just put on the automatic drop. Oh, it says Z. Alright, so we'll harvest this cotton field first, see how many modules we get. If we get enough, then, well, we'll see. And then we can go on and maybe harvest the soybean fields so we can start making the fish food once again. Well, I mean, I could turn the beacons on for Christmas lights if you want. See if I can make 8 modules per field. That is what we need. So yeah, once we get enough in the main chamber, we unload it. And yeah, it's going to look kind of weird when it comes out, kind of like a small roll. But it'll get transformed over to a bigger roll. There we go. Yep, the counter's working as well, so... Alright, we're looking for 16 modules. I had the feeling that it's not going to work, but... Only time will tell. Hello, Spencer. Welcome. Hope you had a nice weekend. Appreciate you stopping on in for some farming today. Make me upset if I don't get up to the amount of modules that we need. Because that means I'll have to wait another whole year, or I did see a cotton field. Would I buy another field? And I'm not going to do a field flipping either. I'm not going to buy a field, harvest the cotton, and then sell the field back. Two down, 14 to go. Again, there's a lot of things that may not work for this achievement. But from what I read, it should work. But I just had the doubts. One, we're not delivering full modules, but was told that doesn't matter. And two, we're going to be delivering it to a spinnery, so we're not really selling it, but I also got told that doesn't matter. This field usually does have a high yield. If I put the mini map up, you can see how the yield has been in this field previously. A lot of green. So if all goes according to plan, we should have a lot of fabric next year to sell. I may have to put the spinnery on overtime to get through all the cotton that we're going to be delivering. Actually, we got a decent amount. I wonder how much money we got worth in cotton currently. So we got almost $270,000 in cotton in value. So by the time that gets brought over to fabric, that should be a pretty good payment next spring. And of course, I got all this cotton still left to harvest this year. So it might be $500,000 worth of fabric next year. Module number 4? Yes. So between the cotton fields and we're almost up to 200 sheep, or we could be now because I haven't checked in October. Spinnery is going to be doing a lot of knitting or whatever they do in there to make the fabric. I mean, if I went with Grandma's knitwear, we could have converted the cotton straight over to clothing and made a fortune off of it. But as we found out on the Dark Forest series, that mod seemed a little bit OP. Alright, feel a whole lot better with the amount of modules coming out. Don't think we'll have to buy another field of cotton to get it done. Again, I'm hoping, you know, need about 16. I got 26 in stock, so that's over 40 modules. I think it's 26 in stock. I'll definitely make sure I recount, but... Yeah, the store page said 8 miles an hour working speed, but looks like we get to do 9. We're special. Alright, so there's 6 modules already. Oops, got my frame rate up there. We don't need to be watching that. Frame rate has been acting just fine today. Oh, cotton. Every little stalk needs to be harvested. for the first time you filled your sawmill. Well, congratulations. You've gone through a lot of work to get there today. Yes, Bob, you have to finish the contract before the time runs out. I think it's all when the FS25 came out, it was short times, but now it's just for the remainder of the month. Well, actually, this one here goes out in 6 hours, but you can see they all say you got 14 hours and 31 minutes in game time to get the contracts done. Basically, whenever the end of the day / month comes. Number 7, correct? Yeah, so I was hoping to get, we need 16. My calculations are correct, which means I needed 8 modules per field. This one and that one in front of us. We're up to 7 already in this one. You can see the harvest right in that field. You can kind of see it on the edge of the mini-map in the bottom left-hand corner. You can see a lot of green over there as well for yield. Try to buy only the best yielding fields possible around the farm. And we mostly have stuck to the west side of the map. We haven't really been to the east side too much, only when we were building the castle. And even the far east side we haven't been to. So, Krista, what you're saying, because I've always played 1 day per month, the contracts are done for the month, not by the day. So I'm assuming what you're saying is if I played 3 days per month, I would have 3 in-game days to finish up a contract. How am I changing the color of the wrapper? Last was pink. Wait, these are all yellow, aren't they? Yeah, these are all yellow. Oh, unless you're talking about, because I got some pink ones back at the farm. That was with a different harvester. And that cotton module harvester allowed me to choose the color of the wrap. And I chose pink. neighbor had a cotton harvest this year. Many trucks kicking up dust. That's the price you pay for living out in the sticks. Where do you go to collect your Christmas events in World of Trucks? So you gotta log into your World of Trucks profile and then go to your page. Sorry, I'm trying to do this all in memory because when I'm looking at it, it's pretty obvious what I need to do. You need to go to your page on your World of Trucks profile, and at the top there should be a tab called Events. You click on the Events tab, and then it'll show all the events that have happened since you created your World of Trucks profile. And where it says Events, it'll say Redeem Prize. And you'll have to link your, I would assume, Steam account if you're going through Steam, but you have to link your Steam account to your World of Trucks profile. And when you hit redeem, it'll automatically go to your Steam profile. Oops, I forgot to unload my module. That's the horn. But the quietness is nice. That is for sure. I love where I live. It's actually, I would love it a little bit more rural where I live. Which a lot of people, when they come to my house, they think I live way on the sticks as it is. Yeah, the modded JD harvester I used is a nice mod, just that the dust is overdone. I mean, it may actually be realistic, but it's too much. I've made, how many modules have I made? 9. Alright, so should get a 10th module on this field. Which means I'll just need to make 6 in the other one. You're welcome, Bryce. Hopefully that will get you to where you need to on your World of Trucks profile to collect your... I mean, you got your personal goals done, but I don't think the community... Of course, I haven't looked. But I'm guessing the community quite hasn't got to our goal yet. The last one rolled down to the hill. Well, that's where the truck is, so they need to... yeah, they need to get down by the truck. Might actually get an 11th module in this field. They're up to nearly 62 million Christmas gifts delivered. And again, I do plan to stream. Again, my schedule for this week, obviously today you're seeing it Farm Sim, but I think tomorrow will be Farm Sim. Wednesday will be ATS. I will finish up my personal goals, I think, delivering my Christmas gifts. Thursday, Christmas Day, currently will be right here on Farm Sim 25. And then Friday, as much as I would like to stream, probably streaming 4 days in a row, also trying to get recordings done, and also with a holiday, I'm probably going to need a day off. Panther, we're saving the cotton modules to try to get an achievement, which we're going to be doing here shortly. And the achievement is to sell or drop off 40 cotton modules in one session. So that's why I'm unloading them early, just trying to get up to 40 modules. I got told they don't need to be full modules, so we're going for it here. We got 26 back at the farm, and so far I think I've made now 11. So I need 3 more modules, should do it. And I think I'm just going to get right over to the next field, and we'll make 3 more modules to start bringing them over. Again, I'm not sure if this is going to work, but I got told it will. Again, if it happens, great. If it doesn't happen, not that big of a deal either. It'd be nice if it does happen, but I'm not going to lose any sleep over it. No, I have not found my missing grass bale on Shamburgo. I am curious, does it say in the stats page so you can see stored bales 26. I don't see anywhere where it says like sold bales / modules. So it's a hidden stat for us. So I do have 26 in storage, which means I just got to make 14. And we're at 11? Yeah, we're at 11. Now, apparently, because there was some discussion on the forum, I was reading about this achievement called Gone But Not For Cotton, that if you're doing it with round modules, you gotta deliver 40. If it's with the square modules, you only have to do 20. Again, getting the achievement is nothing more than you just earn a badge on your Steam profile page for the game itself. It's not like I'm going to get a special reward or a special vehicle that you use or anything. It's just getting an achievement done. And again, I'm not going to get all the achievements in Farming Simulator 25 done because I never completed all the achievements in 22, 19, so on and so forth, because there's some achievements there that I don't even want to do. There are a couple I'm surprised I haven't gotten yet, and one of them is like driving so many, you put so many miles or kilometers on a tractor or driving tractors. Now I'm surprised after 1,000 hours I haven't driven enough kilometers in a tractor to get some achievements. I got over 1,000 hours in the game, so you'd think I would have gotten an achievement like that. So we're going to make 2 more modules, and we're going to start bringing them to the spinnery and see what happens. And then after that, we can just, I can pretty much hire a worker because I'm not going to care about making so many different modules at that point. We'll just make full ones. But the main thing is going to be is getting all this cotton made into fabric, so next spring we'll have a huge amount of money coming in, because currently, what are we up to on cotton? Currently, I got $305,000 worth of cotton. As for fabric, the sheep have been busy, and we almost got $40,000 worth of fabric from the sheep. So, of course, the cotton should be worth more once it's made into fabric, right? So that's what I'm saying. We should have over $500,000 in fabric by the time we get to spring. That's what I'm saying. We owe about $3.5 million to the bank. It may seem like a lot, but the way this farm is producing cash now, we're not too far off from being able to pay that. I think it's a long shot to have it paid off by the end of year 8. We're in year 7 currently. But it's a possibility we might get it done by the end of year 8. That was number 13? Yes, it was. Okay. One more module, and we'll start delivering them to the spinnery. It's going to be kind of tight. We might get it done, but we've already got a half an hour on this harvester. So I'm kind of hoping I can finish up this field before we get to the 1 hour. I think we're probably going to go over the hour. me just get back around to where both headlands are completed. Actually, probably won't hurt to make one extra just to put it over 40. And then we'll see how much cotton is actually inside the spinnery. Because like I said, I may have to put it at triple time. I hope it should be able to take it all. That's going to be the next issue I could have. Is that the spinnery might not be able to take it all. But I think since it's only like 3,000 liters per module, so I'm going to assume it's going to take it all. Okay, so I've made 15, I got 26 in stock, which means we got 41 modules. How much can that spinnery hold? Spinnery cotton. It can hold 200,000 liters. Ooh, wait a minute. And I got 225,000 liters. Okay. Okay. All right. Let me just go in, and what we're going to do is cotton. We're going to put that at 300%. So we're going to bring this stuff in, and I'll get working on it right away. And hopefully, while we're doing other things, it'll keep on using it, and I'll be able to put the rest of it on in. As the saying goes, one problem at a time, please. Again, I don't have to put them in all at the exact same time. Apparently it's just during the session, so as long as I don't exit the save game that we're in and reload it, we're fine. Don't think I'm gonna be able to fit more on there, are you? No, that's what you can grab. That's what you can grab. So we can grab 8 modules at a time. So we're looking at 5 trips. No, it's during a session, because I don't know how you would be able to sell 40 modules at once. Because even with this autoloader, I mean, I got 8 on here as it is. How the heck would you get 40 of them delivered at once? You can see our vegetable production going away with onion soup, onion salt, and fried onions. All right, get working on that wool. I mean, like I said, I still got 2 soybean fields to harvest. I got the rest of the cotton field to harvest. So as time passes, and with the spinnery at 300% there, it should get it done. What I could do, because I don't know if it matters on the spinnery, let me go ahead. I'm going to deactivate the wool for now. That way, it's not taking away from them using up the wool. Or sorry, the cotton. Turn the mini map off for now. Any in that corner of the field? No, they're all rolled down the hill. Alright, so this is the 15 modules going in. And we got the 26 back at the farm to go grab. I may actually stack a couple of them on manually, that way we can take more. I mean, I don't want to sell the bales as they are, I'd rather make it into fabric, of course. But sometimes you'll have to do what you have to do. But we'll see how the spinnery gets along throughout the month at being at 300%. Now, I think the recipe is 9 cotton for 3 fabric. So every cycle it's using quite a bit. Gotta turn that off. Unstrap. Alright, those are in. I mean, what I could do, because I think back at the farm we got a couple modules that are full ones. So I could actually just leave those aside and just make more smaller ones. Since your all-loading log trailer considers them wood pallets, you should be able to store them in a pallet storage building. That's beyond me, because like I said, I haven't used containers in Farm Sim since Silver Run, when that map came out in 22, like 3 years ago. I'm going to say no, but what the heck do I know at this point? I don't know. I don't know a whole lot on that. So I got 7 full modules here, so unload that one. So I got a lot of odd sizes, that's why they're all just onesies coming out. I was only in range of one of them? We can fit more on here. Alright, so I got more of full bales here than I thought. I see a strap back here. Alright, we'll try to put a third row on top because why not? Then when we come back here, we'll just drop off the trailer and we will start our soybean harvest. While the spinnery does its thing. Yeah, what can go wrong here? Oh, you're not going to strap over that top one? Why not? Probably because the stack is too high, that's why not. Okay, but you're going to keep on loading them up? Yes, yes I am. It's funny that it went over the other stack, which is 3 high. Oh, and you went over that one. Yeah, I can't see any problems going down the road with this. Yeah, that one pallet. I wonder if I were to... Oh boy, you're going to unstrap this yourself? Now it strapped that one, but didn't strap the 2 back ones. What? How about if I did it manually? Alright, well... see how this goes. So I think what I'll do is I'll hire a worker to do the cotton harvest, finish that up, and we're going to go do the soybeans. Come on, just rub alongside the bridge. You're fine. No. Well, let's be honest. I'm shocked I made it that far. Will you strap in now? No. Still doesn't want to strap. It's strapped before. Alright, they're all in. Almost. There we go. Alright, so how much cotton is in there currently? 115,000. Cycles per month, 7,200. 9 per for 3, so I think it's going to go through it at 300 times speed enough where I can get all the cotton modules that I have currently in there. Just gotta wait for it to process through. A rollover? I never roll over. How dare you would even think that I would roll over. Alright, gotta swap out the low loader for the grain trailer. We'll bring over the rest of the modules later on in the day. Now, the one thing I don't need to happen is the game to crash, which, you know, haven't really had an issue with that in FS25, or to lose power or something like that, because we got to do the 40 modules in one session. So if I were to exit this save game file that we're on and reload, well, then all the modules I put in would not count. I would have to start over. Okay, need to get a soybean field done so I can get them delivered down to the fish food to get that process started, because right now we're not making any fish. And it's all about keeping your production buildings running. Let's park this out here for now. Alright, combine. Okay, wait a minute. Just going to hire a regular worker. I'm not going to do course play because I've already done a couple of the headlands, but we'll just let that figure it out. Hopefully it does okay. But we got a lot of work to do in October, so hiring workers, I'm fine with that. We got $40,000 to spend. So now, getting into the soybean field, I'm probably going to destroy a little bit of crop. But there's not much I can really avoid in doing so. Well, that load I just delivered to the spinnery wasn't really that top heavy, considering the modules look big, but they weren't full modules. Boy, this is going to be a mess no matter what I do here. Yes, like I said, a little bit of crop destruction. I could have just drove through the hedges, but that wasn't too bad. All right, I'm just doing this to give myself a bit of room. I always like to go around the field clockwise, because that way our auger is on the harvested side, so I can drive up beside it and unload it if I need to. Did I look for contracts to do? Ooh. Plowing. Accept that contracts. $10,000. Where is that? Oh, right across from the, right across from the store. All right, Massey Ferguson, you're up. So we're not going to be able to get all of the cotton modules into the spinnery by the end of the month, I don't think. But we should get at least 40 of them in there. Thought I was going to pass that car, but I guess I won't. It's going slow enough to where I should be able to pass it, but not slow enough to where I will pass it. I think I got to enter the field. Yes, the gate is over here. I think I forgot to close the gate over in field number 1, too, when I did that contract. Oopsies. All right, temporary course. Nope, can you, thank you. 12, 2, 2, yep, looks good. And it's going to take you about 15 minutes. Almost 19. All right, back into my harvester. Good to see that the worker is doing well in the cotton field. Although it looks like they were going right down the center. Hello, Becky. Welcome. Hope you're having a nice Monday so far. Appreciate you stopping on in. Currently, we are harvesting soybeans to bring on down to the fish food production to get that whole thing up and running again. Luckily, the weather in October is looking really good for us with all the work we have to do. Nice sunny day. Don't have to worry about any rain currently. So last year we only had one soybean field, and we did okay by, with that process going all the way over to creating salmon and trout. We did pretty good. But this year now with two soybean fields, next year when we sell fish, should be back up to the $500,000, maybe $600,000 worth to sell. So now with our canola field and our wheat field already planted, all of our fall planting is done. So it's just a matter of, for the end of the year, get the harvesting done, prep fields for next year. Well, yeah, got to get rid of those weeds too. Did not look to see if there were any weeding contracts that are worthwhile to do. So as I get ready to unload our combine, while that's unloading, we'll have a look at some other contracts. See if there's any fertilizing or spraying contracts that are worth like 6-7 grand plus. All right, what do we got for other contracts? Deadwood harvesting, hoeing, plowing, spraying. So, yeah, not much in field 13 for plowing. If it was next to the other one, I would do it because I got a lot of work to do, but not really near where we're at currently. Not that it's far either, but it's far enough to where I don't want to bother. I'm lazy like that. If this was stream number 1 on Kinlaig, I'd be taking a lot of contracts. But if I take on contracts, that's something workers will be doing. I don't want to be doing contracts if I can help it, because when I do start my next series, we will probably be doing a good amount of contracts in the beginning. How's my worker doing in that field 27? Well, they're still moving. Again, my goal for today's stream is just get through October, which looks like we should be able to do. We're down to the last cotton field, and we got this soybean field and the other soybean field, and we got the grass field to cut. As we know, the grass field does not take long to get through. I think if I were to expand the farm more, which I have zero plan to do, but I'm not going to rule it out. I think with the amount of harvesting that we do with this harvester is fine, but if I were to get like another field, I think at that point getting a bigger header would be good. But then that would put this combine at its limit, I think. But since we only do a canola field, a cereal crop field, and 2 soybean fields, and the rest are usually with root crop harvester or cotton harvester, I think we're doing just fine with what we got. I think this is the 13 or 13.5 meter wide header. Also, I wonder how my scoring is doing today. Are we getting, is it registering the nitrogen that we are getting in? Let's see, got to go to here. Let's see, 100%, good, 100%, 100%. Oh yeah, that one did not register it there. That one it registered. This one is registered, good. And we'll be getting to this field here very shortly. Hopefully that will register and get it back to 100, which overall 13% bonus, which is pretty good. So overall, not too bad. Just that we're getting that glitch every once in a while where it doesn't register the nitrogen was in the field. So let me just make sure, because I'm going to be bringing this down shortly. Fish food. I got to make sure that is actually turned on. Fish food up here. No, it's not turned on, so we will activate it. You can see we got all the flour down there we need. Canola oil needs some down there, but it's not a major rush. Doesn't really go through that much canola, but it will go through that much with the amount of soybeans we're bringing down. So we'll top off the fish food with canola oil. Same thing can be said for the vegetable production. We'll top them both off with oil. And any oil left over, I think we will sell it in November. Maybe I'll keep a few pallets around just in case for the fish food production, but I think we'll sell some. Both my workers still chugging along. And of course the sawmill, that should be good until December. But what we'll probably do is when we get to the end of November, we'll top it off. That way we can just... all we have to do in December, January, and once we get to February is just take care of the animals and sell what we need to sell. And we'll have to see how we're doing financially. I'll have to see how many cotton fields I want to plant for next year. I might stick with just the 2. I guess all depends on... yeah, those 2 fields would not produce 200,000 liters of cotton, I don't think. We'll have to see how fast the spinnery actually does go through that cotton that we put in there today. Need to put a bunch more in. How's the yield in this field? It's pretty good. How many soybeans does this hold? 80,000. Can't remember off of these 2 fields if that's going to fill up the production or not. No big deal. We got a silo that we can dump them into. Which I don't think I've actually used the silo yet. Got a nice little silo on the farm and have yet to use it. All of our crops have been going right to production buildings. Contract is finished, so that'll be a nice $9,000 and change. Every time I harvest this field, I always think it's a decent sized field, but it's not that big. Then I get into actually working in the field, and I realize how big the field. It's one of those things where what's that saying? Your eyes are bigger than your stomach. When you say, "Oh, I'm really hungry," and you start ordering food, and then you only eat half the food that you ordered, and you realize it's okay, maybe you weren't as hungry as you thought. To answer your question about storage, that mod has a storage shed that comes with it, and it works. Holds 30 pallets, and they are 22,000 liters. So again, basically that logging trailer mod, all it basically is it's using the script of the container, but the 3D model is of a logging trailer. But it's interesting that it converts the logs over to pallets on the trailer. I mean, it may look like you have logs on the logging trailer, but it's technically wood pallets. I think I just went over the 1 hour on the cotton harvester because my money just dipped down to 30,000. What are you going to do about it? With that cotton that we're harvesting with that harvester, it's definitely going to pay for itself. Alright, so after we get done with this field, we'll deliver the soybeans. Then I think we're going to grab our low loader. We're going to grab some more of the cotton modules and bring more of those over. And before I get to harvesting the other soybean field, we will grab the big Crone M and cut our grass field up because our cows need some feed. So do the sheep, for that matter. Let's see, while this is unloading here, let's quickly just jump into the Massey Ferguson. And we'll park it right here. I will close the gate. And collect. Yeah, almost 10,000 for that contract, so pretty good. Actually, you know what? Bring it right back to the farm. No sense of leaving it here. So what do we got? 11 more modules to bring over. Of course, I will have more in the cotton field, but those 11 should get me the achievement, apparently. Alrighty, let's get back into our combine. I think I'll get the rest of the harvest in the combine. It's soybeans after all. And that will leave just one more soybean field. We got plenty of fuel in the combine. But what I'll probably do, and also probably forget, actually, is after I harvest that soybean field, I'll bring the harvester back to the farm the other way around. And we'll top it off with some diesel at the fuel station before I bring it back. That way it's ready for next year. Now, looks like we're getting a better yield off the field this year than we did last year, but I think this might have a fresh application of lime. see the yield color just getting a little bit more darker green than what it was last year. Last year was a cotton in? Maybe cotton was in this field last year. So maybe that's why the yield is a little bit different. Really thought that cotton harvest would be done before I was here, but oh well. Hopefully they're just not doing circles out there. It is the base game AI worker after all I did hire. See what they're doing down there. So these modules you see in the field, these are 10,000 liters apiece. And okay, let's get rid of this worker here. I'm hoping... Can I get enough into the main chamber? That way we can unload it. It's in a crappy part of the field too, so the yield's not going to be great. And this is where like the case harvester is a little bit better because it just has one chamber. I won't be able to unload from the pre-chamber. I can only unload from the main chamber. I think we're going to make it. Good. Good, good, good. No cotton goes to waste this year. And yes, 1.1 hours on there, so we did pay for the extra hourly fee, but... Alright. Let's say goodbye to the Colossus. Until next year. Vehicles, leasing, return. There we go. Let's get back into... Well, this is fine. Let's get this spun around here. And we'll get this ready for transport. All right, let's get these soybeans down to the fish food production to get that process started. I think I'll go this way into town. Oh, I did close that gate in field number 1 when I did the contract earlier. Thought I forgot. Easy going over this bridge because I do get airborne in this truck every once in a while. And when I do that, I usually end up on the sidewalk, but not today. All right, soybeans going in, fish food being made. Then we'll just have to deliver it to the young fish production later on. Darn pedestrians. Take a shortcut through the rotary. Alright, let's see if I can get all the modules on. It's going to be quite a bit, but I think we can do it because we just brought a similar load size down. I do not expect to take it all. One is this one in here. Alright, so yeah, I do believe we're at the max. So now I just got to load up these. Then, actually this one back here, if I do this, they should all strap in. All right, 110,000, sorry. Do we have 110,000 room in there yet? No. Not quite. The modules that are still in the field, we'll leave those there until probably November. Cut it wide. And sometimes hit the bridge on both sides. I shouldn't say sometimes. Most of the time I do. So yeah, it's not going to take them all, and I don't think it's going to be... Once it does take all these modules, it'll be 41 in total. Which should be the achievement question mark. But obviously it's not going to take them all. We just don't have the room for it. Alright, so we gotta wait for another 26,000 liters to get on through, so so be it. Wait, too many buttons. So, fabric-wise, how we doing on the fabric? Yeah, it's gonna take a while to get that process through. We still got 58,000 liters of cotton lying around. I do believe it's on the trailer and in the field. So, still quite a bit amount of cotton to get on through. But now what we're going to do is we're going to hop into... Whoop, that's one of the vehicles I need. I need the forage wagon. Forage wagon is empty. While we're here, we'll feed Sam because, you know, Sam's a good boy. He deserves some treats. Well, he deserves food in general. Not gonna let me hook up at that angle. Well, that wasn't good planning on my part. Alright, now let's go up to the grass field. There's Sam. He just ran into the house, it looked like. And now through a stone wall. He's that hungry. Alright, turn that on, turn that on. And let's get our 150,000 liters of grass. And we'll put that into the silo, making the hay. Then we'll grab some hay out of the silo and feed the sheep. Make sure they're topped off, and then we'll go in and give the cows what they desire too. Hopefully the score in our grass field gets back up to 100 as well. I just put some lime down into it earlier. Oh, did I fertilize this though? Yes, we did. Must be I fertilized it in the last stream because I don't recall doing it today. One thing I will say about the TARDIS forage wagon, filling up with silage additive, you're going to need to cut a lot of grass to get through all that silage additive. I've gone through 6%. But then again, I've only pretty much done this grass field mostly. We had one other grass field for a short time, very short. But the silage additive, I'm just not going through. I mean, that is a huge capacity of silage additive. Already at 90,000 liters, so harvest is looking good off this field. Like most times it is. Sometimes when it's summertime and I'm mowing my lawn, I kind of wish I had the big cronab. Not that it takes me too long to mow my yard. It takes me about an hour. Probably with this, it would take me like 3 minutes. Actually, no, it'll probably take me longer than that because being such a big mower, probably kind of hard to turn around some spots on my lawn. As I have talked about before, there is a farm not far from where I am, and they do grass fields. And when they get into harvesting their grass fields, I have seen 3 of these out there cutting grass. And I often wonder what that farm does with it. I think they're delivering the grass to another farm that has 5,000 dairy cattle on it. There's 150,000 liters, so yep, very good yield this this cut here. I think 161 might be the best yield I've had. We're pretty close to that. Yep, one of the best yields I've had in this grass field. But another job done. Last cut of the year for grass, so I can put as much hay in this forage wagon as I want, because I'm not going to be cutting the grass again until next April. Actually, you know what? Let me just park this right there. The T8050 can bring that on down. Okay, just gotta make sure that's on to make hay. Fermenting silo, that is turned on. And we'll just let that fill up all the way, because why not? Alright, we're going to grab the See and Spot weed sprayer and take care of some weeds next. So many different type of jobs to do this month. And then the weird thing is going to be is once we finish this month, I'm pretty much for field work done until February. Not many weeds in this field, but looks like the wheat field had a whole bunch of weeds in it. And ever since we bought this See and Spot weed sprayer, I filled it up once with herbicide, and I don't think I've had to add any to it as of yet. But that's kind of like the whole point of the See and Spot weed spraying, isn't it? Would like to have this weed sprayer on all of my farms. Well, I already got it on this one, but I guess Schiambergo would be nice to have it on. Working speed of 15 miles an hour. Working with is pretty good. Yep, sheep are definitely starting to pile up the wool month by month. Spinnery is going to be busy, busy. May actually get my money back on the spinnery after all. Just think about this time last year, I don't think that sheep pasture was even over there. And that didn't even have the spinnery or nothing. It was like, last minute kind of a thing. It's like, all right, let's go ahead and do it. I'm not going to quite get this done one more pass, am I? It's a little bit too wide there, or is it? No, may have gotten it. Let me check the map here. Let's see, got to go back here. A lot of brown and a lot of brown, so yep, no more weeds. Okay, so that just leaves 2 more jobs, I think. One is harvesting the other soybean field. And also need to deliver the canola oil. But currently, I got the bales on the low loader. Let's see, what is the canola oil going for right now? It should be pretty decent. I got $78,000 worth of canola oil sitting around, but obviously some of that's going to go to our production buildings. How's the veggie production doing on oil? Oh, they don't need no oil for this year. We have gone through all the onions, so I can deactivate that stuff. So that does not need any. So that just means that the fish food production is going to need some. No big deal. And the spinnery, I think, is still taking the cotton as it goes. All right, well, let's go ahead then, and we are going to jump into the combine. And let's go harvest the other soybean field. While I'm doing that, do any of my fields need work? First off, soil sampling. No, we are fine on soil sampling. This field here looks good on lime. I mean, I've already planted here, but okay, bad, okay, good. Looks like it's mostly good there. I think these two fields are in the same cycle. And I'm going to assume that these fields are fine, the cotton fields. Yeah, depending where you're standing, they're mostly okay. So I think all of our fields are good. Just wanted to check because if some of the fields needed some work, definitely get a worker in there while we're harvesting the last of these soybeans. The one thing I'm not sure of, if this actually counts with the cotton modules. I don't think I would get the achievement until I signed out. Because that's when it counts how many modules you have sold during the session. So even though it may take all the modules, it may not give me the achievement until after I log out of the save file. Not sure how it calculates it. So this is kind of our one field that's kind of a distance away from the farm. But the main reason why we bought this, well actually it's two fields down here, but the main reason why we bought these fields is it allowed us to plant our trees across the road. Because oddly enough, one of the fields' land crosses the road and goes to the other side. And you can see all of our oak trees on the other side of the road over there. We did finally plant some on the riverside as well. But mostly they're on the other side of the road. But that's the main reason why we bought this field down here. And plus these fields down here do yield relatively good. So this field here, to get in, I'm going to drive over here. I think last year I did it without destroying any crop. But I think there's enough room here to do this. If I do destroy any crop, it's going to be very little. Yeah, I'm going to destroy some. It's not going to be bad. I just clear enough space. And get myself turned around here. I've done harvesting clockwise for so long in FS. When I go the other way around, because sometimes I have to, it's just wrong on so many levels to me. So I immediately turn around when I can. So wait, how many soybeans can be taken more into the fish food production? Oh, I'm right on it. Soybean. Okay, we'll just say 40,000 liters. This field here does yield decently. Kind of a weird green patch in the middle of the field surrounded by some yellow before it gets to green again. One thing I'm not seeing is we didn't take a lot of hail damage this year. I just noticed that also, I think when I recorded the episode for Shamburgo that went out earlier today, I think in that episode I also noticed I didn't get a lot of hail damage on my fields. So we've gotten a lot of work done on the farm today. Financially, though, we haven't really moved too much. No extra money has been going to the loan. But I think every month we are paying roughly about $25,000 off the principal of the loan. So it has gone down a little today. What did I start in? I think we started in August, so about $50,000 that probably come off that loan. So probably didn't get down to 3.5 mil. Now we gotta look, 'cause I don't remember where it was. Was that 3.5 or was that 3.25? Yeah, it might have been at 3.25 because we're at 3.6 mil now. But of course, when winter comes, we will be selling all of the onion products. We'll have a couple of sales from the sawmill, selling the wood chips. And then, of course, when March, April, May come around, as we can see, we should have a lot of fabric. Next year, between the fabric and the fish alone, that should be like $1 million plus of sales. Gonna have to go grab our semi-truck here in just a moment, which is still at the spinnery. And we're just about full. Is it 12,500 on this combine? 12,300. All right, let's turn this off for a moment because it's going to be a few minutes before I get back. All right, so what we have to do is unload these into the trigger. Let's see, I think it's going to unload to the right, so let me switch that, so it should unload. Perfect. Alright, so since we have the low loader on, let's go grab, and let me calculate how many pallets the fish food is going to need. We'll bring the pallets down to there, because I don't want the fish food to run out of canola oil when I get through the night. Yeah, it's just too bad that the train does not have steam come out of it when it goes around the map. Only when you lease it will it do that. Alright. Let me just double check on this here. Fish food. Holes 10. So if I grab 9, what have I got there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And we'll grab all those. And I'm going to grab 3 more. I want a little bit of extra because just to be sure. Do you want 3 or 4? Do 4. Okay, well, I ended up with 13. I was still parked too close and grab extra. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. I mean, I'd rather have too much rather than none at all. Traffic jam in Kinlaig. So obviously it's not going to take it all. Let me switch sides that it unloads on. Okay, and this should work just perfectly. And that should be full. Yes, it is. Okay, now I need to swap out for the grain trailer. But while I'm back there, while it's on my mind, I need to get my forage wagon to feed the cows because they've been without feed for half of the month at this point. Do I want to sell the canola oil today? I think wait another month. I don't think the price was still near its peak. Let me just check on that while this low loader is still on the truck. Canola oil, 18.30 out of 19. Actually, canola oil is best price in December. I thought it was November, but that's saying December. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and park this up for now. Alright, T8050 is right around the corner, and that should have tons of hay in there. Do the sheep really need any, or is their feed trough considered full? No, they could use some. As for the wool, we'll bring that over like in November. Right now, I'm just trying to get through as much cotton as we can. So I got that turned off anyways. So, do the sheep, I know we've been keeping track on it. We got a full pen. Well, if you want to call it a pen, open pasture. We are full on sheep. Do I want to sell any sheep? Well, looking for sheep worth $1,000, and we do got some, so I think we will sell the sheep when they do reach that, because why not? It's not like I'm selling hundreds here right now. That was like 15 or whatever it was. So yeah, we'll have some more sheep next month. Yeah, they're fine. Yeah, we sold 12 of them, so not a whole lot. But, you know, that was $12,000 more into our bank account. I'm glad I didn't speed up time. I was thinking about speeding up time when I wanted to get through some more of the wool. Sorry, I keep saying wool. When I want to get through more of the cotton so we can get more of our modules in. But man, it's already 3:30 in the afternoon. I'm still... We're still plugging along with the work we got to do. Our floating Highland cattle. Alright, you ladies finally got some feed. How much did your health drop while that was going on? Oh, their health is still at 100%, so... Okay. I mean, they had very little food to start the morning. I thought they would have gone through it, but maybe they didn't. Maybe they're eating their meadow grass. Yeah, they got meadow grass. At least I see meadow grass. Yeah, they got meadow grass. So that's what they were eating. That's why their health is still 100%. All right, last job of October. Finish up the soybean harvest. And once we finish this up, we can finally get to November. And hopefully the spinnery gets through a good amount of cotton to where it will take the rest of the modules. But again, I'm not sure if the achievement will count until I log out. I'm not sure how that would actually work. Alrighty. Soybeans. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to get 40,000 liters of soybeans off this field. So that means it should all fit into the fish food production. If not, by the time I get to morning, it shall. Actually, I think that production might be at 200%. Turn off the beacons. We don't need the beacons in our own field. So in November, just make sure the animals are fed, but that should be pretty easy to do. Maybe sell some canola oil. We'll have to keep our eye on that. And then also we want to top off our sawmill so we can kind of just get through December, January, and into February, where February we will plant some cotton for sure. It's just a matter of how many fields I want to do. But I'm thinking the way our setup is now, we'll just plant the same. We'll plant these 2 soybean fields as we did, and the other 2 fields of cotton would not be bad. I think that worked out pretty good. And of course we'll have the onion field as always. I am kind of curious about the harvest in this field. That little green patch in the center, when I go over it, I wonder if that's going to change around there. This seems like a weird color patch in the middle of the field. Usually your pattern's a little bit more uniform. That's just kind of like a random green patch. This field, I think it was soybeans the previous year, so it looks like this yield's a little bit better. But then again, I think I did put a fresh application of lime down this year in it. Yeah, I don't think we're getting 40,000 liters of soybean off this field. Still going to be a decent yield. We're not going to fill up the fish food production. Well, that's weird. The yield in the field in this part last year was better than this year because it's going from a dark green to a yellow color. Alright, that's going to be full enough. Let's go get the truck. Yeah, we'll get that unloaded here. Let me just check on a couple of things while that's happening. Let's see if I do that. All right. Are we empty yet? Yes, we are. Okay. So it looks like we'll be able to get all the soybean into the fish food production. Won't have to store any. Although I was thinking at worst, I shouldn't say at worst, because it'd be better if I had more soybeans, honestly. Because I'd be done with the grain trailer. We could just leave the soybeans inside the grain trailer and leave it down to fish food. It could take it as needed, but yeah, I don't think we're gonna have that much. Might actually get all the harvest into the combine that's left. As for the 50,000 I do have in the bank account, might as well just leave that there. No sense of throwing it at the bank because, well, when I wake up in November, if I were to pay out the bank, well, I'd be at negative $50,000. So we'll just leave that money there, and the bank's going to take it either way. Got a lot of fees to pay at midnight. I got one little section left up here, but now the field looks a little bit more uniform the way the yield should be. Look kind of weird to start off this harvest. Alrighty. Truck has always seemed to be at the wrong end of the field. Okay, we're going to jump into the combine, and once this is empty, I want to drive this down to the fuel station, so while it's fresh in my mind, I wanted to go down there and top this off with some diesel for next year. Alrighty. And we'll just leave this at the pumps and let it fill up. Then we'll deliver the soybeans. And then we can finally skip on to November. Hello, Eugene. Welcome. Hope you're having a nice Monday, and it appears that you are. Welcome. I was beginning to think that my chat may have been broken because I think that's the first message in an hour, which is very unusual for our live streams. I think I put everyone to bed. Everyone went away and took a nap. They got tired from all the work I've been doing. Alright, you're taking fuel. Not sure if I left the header out in the middle of the road. I'll tell you what, we'll go this way and see how I left it parked. So it looks like it took $772 worth of diesel. Is my header trailer out in the middle of the road? Not really. It's off the road. Just barely, but it's off the road. Got a little squirrely on that bridge. Focus building a titanium processing plant and captain of industry. I have heard of that game. I remember looking at it a while ago. At least I think I do. Sometimes games sound alike, and then we look at some videos of it, like, oh, that's not the game I thought it was. Now I'm just running into stoplights everywhere. My driving is getting worse and worse and worse. Oh, I'm going to have canola oil. There's going to be canola oil plopped right down on the drop-off point, isn't there? Yes, yes, yes. Can I get lucky enough, and this is going to be in the trigger, by driving on the side of it, maybe? Oop, there we go. All right, so the last thing I want to do for October, yes, we got one more job to do. We're going to go back to the farm. I'm going to grab the low loader, and we're going to grab the sheep's wool, and then we're going to go to the cotton field and grab those modules and bring those all over to the spinnery. If I can get through traffic here in the village. Wow, what a busy month that was. It's like one of the busiest months I've had in Farming Simulator 25 in a very long time. I usually do try to spread out my work so it's not all done in a month. But another way to look at it is, well, you got it done in a play session anyways. That's what you would have done. Doesn't matter what month it's in. Not really. But it is nice to spread out the work just a little bit. Actually, before I bring this over, because I want to make sure that the spinnery takes the modules that I brought over. I don't want it to be taking cotton from extra modules. I'm trying to, quote-unquote, sell 40 modules in a play session to see if I get an achievement. And with the amount of modules I got over there, that should be 41. If I bring extras over, it may take the cotton from there and not from those and actually complete the entire module. So we'll park this truck over here by the sheep, and I can bring it over in the morning. All right. I'll check the sale page. Been a long day, but well, another Massey Ferguson 9S, but we already got one of those, and we don't need a tree forager. Do I want to visit the spinnery just to see what's going on over there? So yeah, we gotta wait for these modules to sell. Quote unquote sell to be taken. Alright, so let's go ahead and let's skip through the rest of the month. And hope that the spinnery goes through all that. Because I can't log out and then log back in, because then it's got to be done in one session. You would think in over 12 hours time it can go through 20,000 liters of cotton, right? So we wake up with negative 2,000 in the bank account, which is not bad. What is that? That's just a Titan trailer. All right. Let's go. All right, so it's still got 200,000 liters of cotton. Did I not activate that? Oh, boy, I did not activate that. I thought I did. I was like, why is it still 200,000 liters in there? Oh, man. I was like, boy, it's not really going through the cotton as fast as I thought it was. Well, that's not what I needed. All right, well, we're going to have to speed through some time here in the morning. And hopefully these modules will... Yeah, you can see the cotton going down that module there. Hooray. Hopefully it's going through them kind of evenly. $7,000, $9,000. Well, we're already at midday. I can't go through the entire month, but hopefully we can definitely get through these modules here. Actually, let me do this. That way it just takes it from this one. That should be the 40th, so do I get an achievement by doing that? I'm guessing... I feel like it's not going to happen, or I have to wait until I log out. Nope, I got the achievement. Gone but not forgotten. So yay, I got the achievement. All right, we can slow down time now. The achievement has happened. And now the fabric is going up rapidly. All right, where am I trying to go now? Yeah, so fabric, $71,000 with the fabric, that's going up. All because I forgot to activate it. I think I got excited when I put it at 300% and forgot to activate it. That's what I think happened there. So, yes, you can get the Gone But Not Forgotten achievement. It is 40 round modules. They don't have to be full, and you can put it into your own spinnery. But now that I've gone through half of the month, I just got to make sure that we get everything done that we need to. So I'm going to put it down at ×1 scale. And now I'm also going to turn on at the spinnery that it can start working on the wool again. I don't want to forget that I left it off. So hopefully we can grab these modules with wool on here. Oops, and I kind of missed my entryway to that field, sort of. Will it load up? Ooh, it looks like it will not. No, so I gotta go get rid of this, I gotta get rid of the wool first, then we'll come back at the cotton. And I was wondering every time I was looking at the spinnery, I'm like, wait, it's not really going through the wool, sorry, the cotton that fast. Yeah, you need to activate it. I'm just going to push that kind of out of the way just for a second. What we're going to do is we're also going to pick that up and we're going to take it with us, load up the other ones, and then we can put it all in the drop-off trigger together. At least my header trailer's not blocking or stopping traffic. Usually AI traffic, if I saw something like that, sometimes it would stop. Okay, back to the spinnery. Come on, get around the corner of the bridge, please. Thank you very much. I forgot what side it's unloading on. Probably going to be the wrong side. Nope, got to turn that off first. Alright, strapped in. Loading area is, well, it says it's blocked. Well, if you want to be that way, I'll just plop them in myself then. You can just go on top somewhere. Just like that. And now let's let the fabric pile on up. Let me go back in here and let me make sure everything is turned on. So wool, I'm actually going to turn that up to 300% as well. And then activate that. So, yep, that's active. That's active. All right. Everything going good now. I wonder if I'm going to have a problem with storing that much fabric in there. But, I mean, if I get 50 more pallets of fabric, that's going to be great. I have no idea what to expect for amount of fabric. But all the wool and the cotton is currently in there. But that is going to be good. So, like I said, so far, currently we have $71,000 worth of fabric. But I'm assuming... I mean, we should have $500,000 worth of fabric by next year, by the time we get to it, fingers crossed. What's the canola oil doing? Canola oil is still climbing, so we'll have to see how we do with selling that. But that's going to be tomorrow, because that was a lot of work to get done today. But we got to where I wanted to, and we got the achievement gone but not forgotten. Or for cotton. That's what I was going for. But yeah, tomorrow we'll be back here on Kinlaig. We got to get through the winter months, of course. Just got to do a few things here in November. Got to fertilize the grass field, top off the sawmill with wood. And I think that's going to be it. Then, of course, when we get to December, we'll sell the stuff from the onions, the canola oil, probably sell some stuff from the sawmill. I want to do that every 2 months. And then once we do that, we can skip right on to February, where we'll sell some more stuff from the sawmill. And then start planting some cotton. Again. And hopefully we can work on that that loan a little bit. Maybe tomorrow we'll try to get the loan down to $3.25 million. We don't really have that much stuff in onions, I don't think. Onions do good, but they're not great. 32,000... And then, yeah, so we got like $100,000 worth of onions. And then wood chips is like 50,000, so 150,000 there. And then with the canola, so I got like $200,000 worth of product that I think we're going to be selling. So we can try to get down to $3.25. That's excluding the sawmill stuff. So yeah, I think we can get down to $3.25 million by the time we get to the beginning of the new year. Maybe a little bit less. We'll have to wait and see. Yeah, I'm going to jump out of here. Again, my schedule for the week, if you weren't here earlier, and I've been trying to announce it as often as I can, but not too much. Tomorrow, streaming Farm Sim 25. Wednesday, I think I'm going to be streaming ATS on Christmas Eve, delivering Christmas gifts. Christmas Day, I'll be streaming probably here on Farm Sim 25. And then Friday, I'll be taking off because that's when I'm celebrating Christmas, the day after Christmas. As one sometimes does. But yeah, I'm going to jump out of here. Appreciate everyone being here for some farming today. And enjoy the rest of your Monday. And have a good start to your Tuesday. And hopefully I'll see you all tomorrow. But until then, have a good one.